Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? And hope you had a great weekend. It's Monday morning once again, and I'm gonna start today in a slow way. This Friday, or last Friday, I don't know how you say it, um, we re implemented the outlines in such a way that we could handle blurring and distortion in a much more performant friendly way. um, that solution we eventually arrived at is it's not implemented in the cleanest way, and that's what we're gonna start today with. So we're pretty much just gonna clean up what we did last Friday, and then we can move on to better things. But I'm just gonna have to make sure that what we implemented last Friday works how we want it to work, and I want to compare it to the old solution as well. So let's disable this one. Yeah, okay. And enable this one. I hope. Let's play and see what we have. Okay, I think we're gonna have to do this. Okay, there we go. So this is the old solution, and if we enable the water like this, we have a blur of 5 furthest down, and we're running at like 57 FPS. And then if we pause, disable this one, disable this one, enable this one, and this one. And this water instead. Same visuals, same blur, but 3 times the more FPS. So I think this is pretty damn good. And I think, okay, before we clean this up, we're also gonna try and see if we can make blurring. One sec. Yeah, we're gonna see if we can make blurring work with default blur level. So I'm talking about this one. If we can make this work in a nice way. Although I wonder. So pretty much, the default blur level here, it refers to the MIP level. So instead of blurring with a very big kernel, we just read from a texture of half the resolution, which results in a little bit of a blocky blocky visuals. But what bothers me the most... Okay, so here we have some outlines. Here we have some more blocky outlines. And I think these look good, actually. We're losing a lot of alpha, though. So let's take a look at that. What if we can get to the bottom of what happens with the alpha? Up to 2 here, it looks pretty good, I would say. But then we start, and then when we start blurring this one, it just gets screwed up. Okay, let's see here. So water 2 and default blur level. Okay, I'm wondering if we also want to use it we use it here. We use it for rendered color as well, but I can't seem to find, I can't seem to see this one, so we're missing something, I think. Like if we put default blur level at 1, we can see that the outlines gets set at a higher resolution, but not the color, right? Now we should be seeing it here, definitely. 2, 3, but we don't. So, like we should be seeing blurring here. Yeah, it's not this one. We're using camera opaque texture here, and I'm not entirely sure this one comes with different MIP levels. So previously we actually used our own texture called rendered colors, I think. So let's take a look at this. I would like to use camera opaque texture, so the one Unity generates for us instead of a custom one, although I'm not entirely sure that's possible, but let's see. Okay. This works like a grab path in the built-in render pipeline. Opaque texture provides the snap. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to rely on our own, and I wonder if, let's see, render features. We have a lot of render features right now, but we're gonna cook them down today. More specifically, we're going to put outlines apply, outlines data generation, and outlines texture generation in the same renderer feature. Render scene color dependent objects. I think we can replace this one with I think we can remove this one altogether, because we're gonna render transparent objects the vanilla way instead. Render scene color effect is just an old one. I think we're gonna keep this one, but we're gonna simplify it a bit. Screen space outlines here is the very old one, which I don't think I care about at all anymore. But let's do this. Render scene color effect. Let's duplicate this one, and let's call it grab or save. Fuck, what do I want to name it? So the only reason I don't want to rely on Unity's opaque texture is because I want MIP levels I want to be able to blur a lot on the cheap. So what's going to create scene snapshot maybe, or scene texture. Create scene texture. Yeah, why not? Because yeah, what I'm thinking is that if we do this one ourselves as well, we can put it wherever we want it in the render pipeline. So we could include transparent objects as well if we would want to. So I'm just gonna make this a bit generic pretty much. Render scene color effect. Create scene texture. We don't care about effect material here now, but what we can do instead is string scene texture name. Yeah, let's rename this one. And here we're just gonna do, yeah, so for now we don't need to save this one. We just use it here. Grab camera color target, and here we have configure width, height, color format, depth buffer, bits. I think we can skip this one. MIP count 0. I wonder if we say MIP count 0 here because we do. Ah, it's a temporary. That's true. Yeah, this one is the real one later on. So skip that one. Generate all MIPS, but I'm wondering if... I don't think we want a depth buffer for this texture, actually. I think we could go with 0 here. But let's keep it like this for now. Gonna go with point. Yes, and everything we need to do here. Iaria, show creatures. We're not quite there yet. Fuck, do I want settings here just to be able to print this? Okay, the blit here is gonna be very simple. We're just gonna do this. So we want to, whatever we have in camera color target, we want to put in scene texture. Like that, and fuck that. Okay. These checks, I don't think we need them this time around. Okay. Yes. And then we do, in our renderer here, we're gonna put create scene texture, and I wonder... I think we're gonna put it right at the top for now. Create scene texture, and we're gonna do it after rendering opaques, but then we don't have the skybox. Maybe we want to put it after skybox later on if we want to do some sky. I don't know, it could probably help us to do, if we want to make God rays later on, we might want to put it after rendering skybox. Yo, what's up, Mr. Quote? And I'm just gonna call it scene texture. Sorry, just had to check a message I got. But let's see, texture, 2D, scene texture. And where do we have this one? We have it at... fuck, we could just do it like this instead. Scene texture. And now this one should have some MIP levels as well. And I wonder if, do I want to make this generic enough such that we can put MIP levels here? How would that be? So we could do public int MIP the value of this field is fuck. Okay, so I guess you can set this one to be 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. But then you can also set it to the max value, which is -1. And they have solved it with just a static. So MIP count. Okay, if one knows this, we can just do, we put settings.mip count here and use mipmap auto generate MIPs. And here we can do use mipmaps settings dot mip count is not equals to 0, because -1, then we want maximum amount of MIPs. If it's 0, we don't want any. And we can do here as well. So if settings.mip count is not equal to 0, do this. And then we do one. In create scene texture here we do -1, I think. Okay. I think we want to put this one at after rendering skybox. Okay, looks good. And now to the big question. If we change default blur level, what do we get? Now we blur the texture as well. I wonder if this works better with the outlines. So we have 1 here, 2, 3. I mean, the outlines pretty much, we lose so much. We lose a lot of alpha on the outlines. I wonder if we want to, maybe this is the way we want to go. So if we go 1 here, I just have to check. Okay, so this is the good thing with this one. Let's show here. We're at 250-ish frames per second. And if I want to get to a big blur size, so if we just go 1, or if we just go 1 here, let's see, so 1. If we go 1 here, we get some blurring. We don't lose that much. But if we go 2, still not that much. But if we want to go 5, then we have lost 100 FPS. My question now is, if we do 0 here instead and we just do 1 here, so we try to get the same blur level, but we do it with the help of MIPS as well. So then we can probably go to this one. Yeah, we don't lose nearly as much. It's a little bit less quality though, and we still have this to fix, but yeah, we can definitely use this one. Getting some artifacts here as well. I wonder if it's outlines artifacts or what is going on here. Like this, I think we can fix pretty easily. But I'm more... This one, I don't know. I wonder if it's outlines related, and we can check that by doing... Okay, it's 100% outlines related. Oh yeah, it's not as easy as that. Let's see. An easier test for this one would actually be if we had a sphere somewhere with and this one is using the old implementation as well. Yeah, let's open this one. Transparent blur box. Let's see. Rendered colors. Yeah, we only used one of these, like one texture before. This one had the outlines and the one sec though. Yeah, the outlines and the scene color previously. So let's replace that one with this. Outlines, scene texture. Yeah, we don't need to get this one anymore. I think we're just gonna do rendered color and outlines data. And instead of doing get smallest depth filter, instead we just do outlines data .g, but also need to convert this one into linear eye depth. Yeah, so we're just gonna take this one. Depth 2, yes, we definitely want to Yeah, I would like to rename this one as well. We're gonna call it outlines depth. If outlines depth is bigger than pixel depth, and outlines depth is bigger or equal to background depth average. This one we don't have in this shader, so we can just skip that one. We accumulated color and accumulated outline. Outline data UVR. Yeah, I want to rename this one as well. We're going to go outlines data. We're going to rename this one to pixel outline data. And outline data UV is going to be this one. I'm just going to put as outline data. If outline is bigger than 0 and background depth averaged. Fuck, we only care about do we need to reconstruct outline like this? I don't think so. So once again, we make a difference between two different transparent objects. We have transparent objects that are just a plane between camera and the object we want to render, and then we have transparent objects where the object we want to render can actually be inside of the transparent object. So like water, for instance. A transparent blur box shader is only used for objects that work like a plane between the camera and the object we're rendering. So we don't need to do a lot of the crazy stuff we're doing here. Miguel, what's up? What are you working on right now? Just entered the stream. At the end of last week, we re-implemented how the outlines are handled, and that's pretty much what we're doing now as well. It's just to make it more performant to blur outlines. So for instance, when we eventually go back to creating the water shader, we're gonna have a lot of distortion effects and blur effects, and I want the outlines to be affected by these blur and distortion effects. So we're doing the groundwork for that right now. So what exactly do we need to do here? I wonder if we just need to do I wonder if we just want to do return. One sec. Return blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. First, we want to blend the outline. And yeah, we want to do this. And then we do return blend source alpha, and here we want to do reconstructed outline color and color. And then we actually want to do a blend again between this one, but this one is going to be behind this one. So we just do color here. Outlines of the reflections or the submerged parts. That's actually a very good question. Right now we're focusing on the submerged parts, and we will also be able to do it on the reflections if we're doing screen space reflections. If we want to do reflections using reflection probes, I think that's the correct word, then we're going to have to implement an additional custom shader, and that is definitely going to be something we do in the future, but not right now. We're going to have to do our custom probes, I think. And thank you for reminding me, by the way. We're probably going to do a create an issue later on concerning that, if I don't already have one. So let me just put it in a note here. Reflection probes and outlines. We can just keep it like this for now. Okay, but I think this is what we want to do here, so let's try it. Yeah, rendered colors. We want to replace this one with scene texture. Beautiful. 0. Let's see if the distortion works as well. Outline data 116. Oh yeah, we renamed this one pixel outline data, I think. Yeah. Beautiful. But then again, okay, so this is like it worked previously. Do we have... Yeah, we have an issue here still. This we want to fix. That's true. So we want to check the depth of the outline. We want to do some specific blending here. On distortion as well. Did I screw up this much? Yeah, I did. Miguel, just started to learn Unity and found your channel yesterday. How often do you stream? I stream every weekday from 9 a.m. Central European summertime, I still think it is. One sec. Yeah, so from 9 a.m. Central European summertime. So every weekday, Monday to Friday. And I usually stream around 4 hours. Okay, so first of all, this is the same problem we have been seeing for quite a while. We have outlines that are affected by the color of the object behind it. So we need to do... In fact, we do need to reconstruct it. So we want to do... or... It's pretty much just gonna be this. Let's see. Miguel, yes, don't worry. I watch from France, so it's the same time zone. Perfect. Okay, so this is the question of, if we take a look at the water shader, we can see here that we do some testing here. So if outline is bigger than 0 and background depth average, yeah, that's true. We only need to check this one. If yeah, this one we want to save this one, so we're gonna do, we have pixel depth here. I'm just gonna take this one and we're gonna move it down here. What the hell? And then we're gonna do a float outline pixel outline depth is equal to okay, and we want to use this one. So if this one is bigger than this one, we want to do something. If this one is bigger than this one, we don't want to do something else. So we're just going to do, so if this one is bigger than this one, that means that this one is behind. So let's do if outline pixel, what did I call it? Pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. And then we do an else. And now the question is, okay, so in this case, the outline is behind the object distorting it. So here we just want to do, here we want to do this, I think. So let's do, which basically is we reconstruct the outline, and then we blend the outline with the background color, and then we blend it with the object color. Down here, I think we just want to, I'm going to duplicate this code in both, inside of both statements right now, or inside of both blocks. And I'm wondering, nah, this is not what we want to do here. We want to blend this color with the background color, and then we want to put the outline before this one. So in this one we blend the outline with the background color, so the scene color, and then we put this color above it. And here we just do it the other way around. So we blend this color with the scene color, and then we put the outline above it. And we can see here that the outline looks okay now. It gets the pixels that are part of the outline that has a lower transparency gets affected by this one as well. So that's nice. Okay, that's beautiful. But one thing I noticed is if we do distortion, so this distortion is correct-ish, I think. So we get the outlines here, that's very good, very nice. Looks a little bit rough here, but whatever. But then again, if we distort here, I think we're gonna take the outlines and the color into account, are we? Yeah, we are, a tiny bit, you can see it here. That's not good. I think we can see it even better if we blur. Oh yeah. So we want to fix this as well. So if we're in front, we don't want to take them into account. 5, 4, 3, 2, yeah. And the check we want to do is inside here. Yeah, I don't think we want to use pixel depth here. Let's take a look. We want to do if outline depth is bigger than depth, or actually, one sec. Yeah, we want to take this one into account. If depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we do this. Not really. If the depth we read from, or actually, I think this works for, yeah, this works for the color, but not for the outlines. So we no longer have any color artifacts here, that's good. To make it work with the outlines, I think we're gonna have to do I would have guessed that this would be the correct way to do it. So the depth of the outlines, if the depth of the outlines is bigger than pixel depth, then we accumulate it. Otherwise we don't. Not pixel depth, but depth. Is that how we want to do it? No. here we read the depth of the scene depth, not this object, unless... Ooh. Is that so? Transparent. What am I missing here? Depth. Return pixel depth. I just want to double check this value. Yeah. Not pixel depth though, but we want to return Fuck, I wonder if object depth, let's do linear eye depth, sample scene depth, UV center. Are we gonna get problems if we use this one here? I wonder. Background depth center, averaged. Okay, let's return object depth here, see what we have. But we need this one as well. Yes, so we're actually, let's see if we can make this back to transparent, and Q, I don't even know what we usually have here. Unity HLSL Q. Transparent. Actually, first of all, I want to rename this one scene depth. Okay. So pixel depth here, this is the depth of the object we're rendering. So in this case, the sphere. Scene depth is a depth value we read from the depth texture. And we're currently returning this one. What bothers me here is that I thought we would see, right now it's pretty much like we see the depth of the sphere itself, we output it. So like I'm wondering if we're seeing, like if the sphere is writing to the depth texture when it shouldn't. So my question now is, why does it do that? We do transparent, we do Q transparent. Yes. What am I missing? Okay, this one is definitely not correct. Miguel, do you plan on making a channel dedicated to stream uploads? I'm afraid there is lots of content between your last video and your streams, and I want to catch up. I actually have all my streams on YouTube. I think they should be available on Twitch as well, but only for a couple of months or something like that. But I have them on my YouTube, or at least starting from this year. So I think I have 151 available streams right now on YouTube. But this problem right here definitely boggles my mind. What do we have? Yeah, plenty indeed. Actually, outlines texture generation pass. Okay. And then we have the scene texture here as well. That's good. If we take a look at the depth, Yeah, we just have this depth, and then if we go to rendered colors, that's not the correct one. Let's see, it's this one, like camera depth texture, or is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. We have the outlines. I thought we would be having one more texture here. The depth looks good. Sphere, there we have the sphere. Everything works. I know. Sorry, I'm tired. We don't want to return pixel outline depth. We want to return pixel outline data.g because we want to return it. There we go. So what we're doing when we do linear eye depth is that we actually bring it from a non-linear space between 0 and 1 to a linear space between near and far plane of the camera. So I was pretty much trying to like draw colors of value bigger than 1, and that's why we just got a white sphere. But okay, this looks good. And I also wanna try this one. Also looks very good. So the values themselves are good. We can try this one as well. Should return just a pure. We would need to inverse slurp it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna assume that that one is correct. But it still doesn't explain. Or one sec. Yeah, so the problem we have is when we start blurring things. Default blur level 2. Okay, and when we blur things, we are inside of this one and we accumulate a lot of stuff here. And we're currently accumulating, or one sec, we're bringing the outlines in here as well, right? We're actually bringing the color as well. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're not bringing the colors, but only the outline. And we don't want to do that. Or are we actually bringing it? No, I don't think we are. Let's do it by... we're bringing something. But it doesn't seem to be the outlines, just the color. But we lose the outlines, okay. And when we're working with distortion, we bring the color but not the outlines. Yo, what's up, Harukanen? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. And yeah, I should have learned by now that never assume anything is correct. That is true. Distortion. Yeah, we want to check outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. And, oops. Here, pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, and scene depth is bigger than pixel depth, I think. What the fuck am I missing? Miguel, if there was to be two characters, one in front and one behind, how does the reflection work? Does the blur overlay the distortion, or is the reflection lighter in opacity so that both work together? Let's see. So we're talking about a case where we would have one character in front and one character behind. Like, the way we're working with these right now is that we don't do any reflections on this object, or that's not the idea. We just want to do distortion behind it. So the idea is that, like, objects in front here should not affect at all. We shouldn't be seeing the coloring we're seeing here. I find it very weird. Hopefully that answer makes sense. If pixel outline depth, so this is the depth of the outline, is bigger than pixel depth, and scene depth, this is the depth of the color, is bigger than pixel depth, then we do this. This one should be false. So we shouldn't be seeing this. Which makes me wonder. Oh, one sec. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're down here. If outline depth is bigger than pixel depth and depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we do this. There we go. But yeah, then we have this problem, which I'm not entirely sure of how I want to handle just yet. Like, this is a ever returning problem when you do stuff like this, because we don't actually know what's behind here, or like the data we have at our disposal don't know what's behind here. So right now we just render. So we want to distort, so we read the value behind the character, but we can't because we don't have any value there, so we just return the pixel in question. One could think that we could distort in some other way, but yeah. I don't really know how to handle this one just yet. But this is like an artifact you can see in multiple bigger games as well, so I don't know if it's ugly as hell, but I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. This though, yeah, so in front it shouldn't do anything. So we're pretty much done here right now. The only thing that is left, like distortion works, except with this, I don't know. But blurring sorta works as well. The only problem is that we lose some of the outlines, and that is because we don't reconstruct it as we should. If pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, okay, so we're down here, then we do yeah, we're gonna simplify this one later on when we got this to work. So as I see it, we should be down here, and we shouldn't be seeing what we're seeing. Pixel outline depth. For some reason we seem to be entering this one. Right? Let's see if yes, we're down here. Am I doing this one the wrong way? Reconstructed outline color, we blend it on top of this one. Ah, what happens if we do default blur level 1? Yeah, here we lose. What the fuck? Yeah, here we get to this one. That's not good. One sec, this is probably not it, but still. Pixel outline depth. Here we distort UV center, that is true. So this one will change, and so will this one. But I'm not entirely sure this is a problem for us right now. Since we're having a problem with the blur only. Yeah, we're using outline here. It should be okay. Officially captured, what's up? Your stream title drew me in. Thank you, appreciate it. I hope you saw the slowly in the title, because we're moving as at a snail's pace here. How's the game going so far? I think it's going pretty well. We're working with some, I would say, pretty complicated stuff that are not directly related to the game mechanics. It's more on the rendering side of things right now. Hey, you can't rush perfection, am I right? And 100% correct. So what this if statement tells me is that if the depth of the outline is bigger than pixel depth, then we do this, otherwise we do this. And I have no idea why the pixel depth, when we add, one sec, one sec, yeah, I might have screwed up here. Let's remove this one and this one. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, so we can see here that for these pixels, if we blur, we're still inside of this one, but for some reason we don't properly reconstruct the outlines. I have no idea about your game. This is my first interaction with your channel. Are you going for cel shaded look? Yes, we are. We're going with something like this. And currently we're working with trying to make it work with transparent objects, because we're in the middle of developing a water system for this game. And that's why we're working with weird stuff like this. Okay, so it's the reconstruction of the outline that fails. Reconstructed outline color doesn't return the correct thing. And I think it's because of this one. So I want to try and do return outline. And fuck, is it pure black? Um, okay, so let me put it this way. I think this one we divided by too much, and that's why we're seeing this issue here. So it's pretty much like outline. The outline color becomes 0, I think. Because if we would be doing, if we remove this one instead, there we go. And that's wrong. The outline of the character is attaching with the background. Not right now. We're rendering to two different textures. One has the scene color, one has the outlines, and now we're just trying to blend them properly. It's a little bit complicated because we're working with transparent objects in the middle of the scene that will distort and screw up the outlines. I have no idea how to code. I tried it and it scrambled my brain. Try it again. I think that's a very common experience with coding. Frankly Gamer, what's up? You're back. I don't think I've been gone. Maybe during summer. I took a little bit of a summer break, if that's what you're referring to. Oh yeah, I haven't, Frankly Gamer, I haven't done YouTube videos in a while, but hopefully soon. Did you make the character or is it a model? Officially captured, I've made everything we can see here myself, so made it myself, and it was a pain to learn how to do characters in Blender, but I think I got the hang of it. Okay, so let's take a look here. The problem is that count grows too often. We do outline depth. If outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, is this what we want to do? Yes. And depth is bigger than pixel depth. Am I thinking about this one correctly? So we're looping through, we're doing a kernel. Like I should be, I've been doing this for a couple of days now. We read the depth, we read the outline depth. Okay, can we do this? Return inverse lerp 0 and 10 and count, I think. min max value officially captured, very similar to Nino Kuni. Oh yeah, I've never played that game, but I love it. Love the visuals of it, that is. And is this going to be a monster tamer as well? More like Tamagotchi, Chow Garden, Viva Pinata type of game. So if I remember correctly, Ni no Kuni, you run around in the world and like fight with monsters and capture them, right? In this game I want the monsters to come to you or your garden specifically. And how did I learn to code? I went to university and learned how to code, but not for game dev, more generally programming. And with that base knowledge, it was a pretty easy step to start doing game development. Viva Pinata is like one of my favorite games of all times. I love it so much. So some of the mechanics you can see in Viva Pinata. So in Viva Pinata you can dig in the ground. You're gonna be able to do that in this game as well. Or what I'm trying to do is I'm doing my vision of some of the mechanics in Viva Pinata. Official capture, I have a monster game fully written and designed. I've pixeled 125 monsters. Oh, nice. But I just can't code, sadly. So it stays in my scrapbook and PC. I really think you should give it a second go. I think you can manage it, I think. There exists so many good resources online these days. It really is a beautiful thing. But okay, like the problem we're sitting here with, the blend problem, it shouldn't be that hard to solve. I just can't seem to get the hang of it today. And I'm wondering about this one. Inverse slurp between 0 and 0. Yeah, we're gonna get 1. Count here always returns 1. It's like we always enter this one right here, which I find to be a little bit weird. So we're always entering this one here. Why? The monsters took me around 4 years to create. It's similar style to the old Pokemon games. Oh, love those as well. Love the old black and white pixelation you got in like Pokemon Red, for instance, if you go really old. And don't be sorry for babbling. I love it. So if we would put 0 here, we would be getting a black. Okay, that's good. So what we know is that we enter this segment too often. And what I want to do here is, I think the comparison we're doing here, or the if statement, is wrong. And it's wrong because I think we want to check, what the hell do we want to check here? If outline depth is bigger than, is it this one we want to check? I think so. Oh, is it correct? I think it is correct, but we're unfortunately getting, yeah, now we're including it in the blur. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, we want to do the depth here, and we want to do, what do we want to do? Okay, this looks good, I think. Right. But. We're getting the color here as well. Official capture, I'm very impressed by your character. You nailed his look. Thank you, appreciate it. Why are we getting this here? Let me draw this real quick. Fuck. Will drawing it help me? This comparison here. So we're pretty much doing blurring by a kernel, and we read if no. Okay, I think this one is wrong. What we want to do is one sec though. No. If outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, if outline depth is bigger than depth, What are my creatures called? I haven't really come up with a name for them just yet. But I do know that the name needs to be, I guess it needs to be real good. Okay, let's see here. Let me just try and think this one. It shouldn't be that hard. We're doing a kernel, and we want to include it in the final result if the depth is bigger. So outline depth is bigger than we want to include it if outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. This is what makes the most sense, I think. Are we not reading the correct one here? Outline data G. We read from, we use UV. What am I missing? And depth is bigger than pixel depth. Yeah, okay, now we don't include it at least. That's good. That's very good. But we still override it. Yeah, I think we should do maybe we can do it like this in the future, but let's see. If we split up these two, I think that would be better. Although I'm a little bit... I wonder why this works for the water, but not for this one. Have you got a game name? No, don't have a game name yet either. Like, I think the timeline we're working with right now with this game, we're still a couple of years away from early access, I would even say. The plan is to release a terraforming demo at the beginning of next year, which will include, like, I usually describe it as a vertical slice of the garden part of the game, so you will be able to terraform your garden pretty much. And then a year after that is probably when I'm gonna try and get my first early access version out, and it's gonna be very bare bones. But like, I'm a little bit afraid of locking into a name just yet, because like I know how much weight the name bears, so it really needs to be a good name, you know. Okay, so what's happening here is that we accumulate a lot here. So the outlines, they lose alpha, so it's this one that screws it up. I think this is the correct way to do it, this one as well, but I wonder if we want to split them up. Or more specifically, I wonder why it works so good here. Depth 2 is bigger than pixel depth, and depth 2 is bigger than background depth averaged. And then we do this. Background depth averaged. Oh, yes, we need to do this one. So pixel outline depth, I think it is. Background depth, we're just going to do pixel outline depth is equal to outlines data R. If it's bigger than 0, then we do this one, otherwise this one. Oh, of course. So this, I think this is what we want to do. Outlines data, pixel outline data. We still want to have this one. There we go. I'm sorry, it's Monday morning. What am I screwing up now? Oh yeah, and let's go R here instead. There we go. Hopefully, nah, it's still not okay. What the hell? So pixel outline depth. If pixel outline data R is bigger than 0, then we do this depth. Otherwise, we do this depth. You could call the creatures Philos, that is friend in Greek. It's a pretty good name, honestly. I like doing something similar, but I guess I would take the reference from my heritage, so Nordic, or like you could think in the same vein, that is. So take the word for friend or something similar, and then you take it in your native tongue. So for me it would be Swedish, but that would be vän, and I don't know if that is the like a good word for it, but I definitely like the thinking. I bet it was Nordic, can't tell by the accent. Yeah, unfortunately this accent is probably gonna be with me for the rest of my life, but what you gonna do, what you gonna do. I would have guessed Norwegian or Swedish. Yeah, that would have been a spot on guess. Okay. I wonder if we, let's see here, let's do let's just try this and see if it helps. Color count int outline count is equal to 0. We just split it up. So we do, we take this part and put it here. And then we do, fuck, I don't, no, I'm gonna wait with this one. We're gonna wait. What bothers me the most is that this works for the water, but it doesn't work for this one. And we should be able to make it work for this one without having these things. So if we go to terrain procedural water, what do we do here? We do depth 2 is bigger than pixel depth. And that's outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. That's good. And here we do depth 2 is bigger than or equal to background depth averaged. So we do this one is bigger than or equal to pixel outline depth. I think that one is. Doesn't work for this one. Accumulated color, accumulated outline, outline data are accumulated outline. We do divided by count here. We do the same thing here. It's just this damn blend here. So what do we do here? Background depth averaged is less than this one. Maybe I get it. Yeah, maybe I get it. We want to do this. Let's see here. In fact, we probably want to take this one. Let's put this one here and see if we can do it better. So outline is bigger than 0. Ja, Miguel. Det är ett fint språk. No? It's pretty nice sometimes. Officially captured. I best get going. I have got tons to do today. Good luck, and I will be back at some point. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by, and good luck with the things you have to take care of today. Hopefully by next time you visit, I won't be stuck on this problem still. Okay, background depth averaged. One thing here is that we're doing one thing too much, I would say. So let's see. So if we have an outline and background depth averaged is less than water depth center. Background depth averaged is bigger than pixel depth, then we just do base color averaged and color. Okay, so I think we want to replace this one with background depth averaged is this one. So we do, if pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we just do this, and that's correct. But here we do color instead. And then we have the outline phase. So if outline is bigger than 0 and this one is less than I want to say pixel depth here. Then I think we just want to do... Oh, fuck. Same issue. That's crazy. Why is it such a big difference between this one and the water? I wonder if we want to do this. Okay. Accumulated outline. Oh, yes, we do that. Depth 2. We do pixel depth here. Pixel outline depth here is equal to this one. Yes. Okay, I see or do I see a little bit problem here? Background depth center is equal to, we just sample the scene, just like we do for scene depth. Right, and then we do pixel outline depth. If data R is bigger than 0, then we do this, otherwise this. It's the exact same thing as we do here, I think. Yeah. So this one, okay. Then we jump down to this kernel here. This we don't care about. And here we sample outlines. We do that here as well. this one we name outline data UV. I want to rename this one eventually, and then we name this one depth 2, which is not the best name. Outline depth and outline data. Exactly the same. And then we do, this one is bigger than pixel depth. And depth 2 is bigger than or equal to background depth averaged. Which is this one. So the check here is 100% the same. Then we do this. Oh, did I remove? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's this one we want to reconstruct. Is it though? So if outline is bigger than 0 and background depth averaged, this one is outline depth, right? Is less than water depth center VS. We do a special case here. So in this one, I wonder if we just want to do pixel depth here. If so, we do color center, then we do base color, center, color. This one is just color, right? And then we reconstruct the outline and put it on top. Outline depth, what did we call it? Oh, that's that one. Pixel outline depth, right? $169. Background depth averaged. This one is this, and then we do water depth center VS, which is water depth center VS. Now in here I think we want pixel depth. This should be okay. Still don't get this one. It's a very annoying problem. Return 1. Yeah, it's because this one always returns 0 for this one here. Fucking hell, why does it? Why does it do that? I want to try, if we just do color.rgb is equal to 1 float 3 1 1 1. The blur here is, are we, it feels like we're moving. Yeah, it's not entirely correct here. Right. Yeah, we're moving inwards. That's not good. Now, I'm pretty sure in this case this is the correct way to do it. With the only caveat that this one gets removed. Definitely. But I get the feeling here that we're getting yeah, we're gonna do it like this. I should have done it like this a while ago. So accumulated outline, accumulated color. We're gonna do int color count 0 and int outline count is equal to 0. And then we're gonna do, instead of this one, we're gonna do if outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we want to accumulate the outline. And if scene depth no, that's not entirely true. Let's do this. Float compare depth is equal to if outline data dot r is bigger than 0.0. That means that we have an outline. If so, we want to compare it with outline depth. Otherwise, we want to compare it with, so we don't need to have these. Otherwise, we want to compare it to scene depth. And then we just do if compare depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we want to include it. So I think we're going to do this. I wonder about this one though. If we don't have outline data R here, nah, fuck it. If What's up, Diligent Humility? Nice reference. If outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, if outline data dot r is bigger than 0.0 and outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we do accumulated outline plus equals to outline data dot r, and then we have an if depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we do accumulated color is plus equal to this one, and then here we want to do outline count plus plus, and here we want to do color count plus plus. Okay, and for now I'm just gonna comment this one out. So now we do each to their own, so to speak, and then we do, so color is equal to if color count is bigger than 0, what the hell? Then we do accumulated color divided by color count, otherwise rendered color. I'm gonna rename this one scene color eventually. And then we do outline if outline count is bigger than 0, accumulated outline divided by outline count, otherwise pixel outline data dot r. Then we can comment this one out. We should be able to just add them together in here, right? Let's see. And then we just do Diligence Humility, you showed last time you used GitHub for notes and tasks like a Trello board. Is it a paid feature? Can't find it on my GitHub. No, I think it's a free feature. So on GitHub you have something called projects right here. So just go to your profile and click projects here. And you should be able to find it. And then you can like visually alter your projects to look like a Kanban board or whatever it's called. No problem, good luck. So now we have color and we have outline. I wonder if just doing this, ooh, okay. Okay. Is this something I want to work with? And now it works here. right? And now it works on this side. And we actually get, so the outlines actually affect it a lot more now. Although I'm not entirely sure I want it to look like this. Probably not the blur we want. But I love that we have more control over the blur. I don't think this is what we want to do now. Nah, okay, I get it, I get it. I don't think we want this one included, yes. But still one, oh, okay, this is better. 1, 2, 3, fuck yeah, this is what we want. But then we have this problem again. What? Now we just want to blur when we're behind this object right now. Okay, so what happens is that when this one succeeds, we just check outline depth bigger than pixel depth. This one can be 0, so we pretty much wash out this one. That's unfortunate. Yeah, what the hell? 1 sec. How the hell does this work in this case? And I should have figured this out long ago. What we want to check here is if we just want to do this, if pixel outline depth is less than or is bigger than pixel depth, I think. Yes, okay, there we have it. Yes. course. So I think we can go back to this one, but we just do, let's see. We do this one, uncomment this one, comment out this one. And so if outline depth is bigger than pixel depth and this one is true. Color, yes. Okay, beautiful. We can make it like this. Okay, great, now it works. And so the question is, I think distortion works in this case, but does it work in this case? No. Okay, so that's the last thing we need to fix, and I think I know why. We can probably clean this up a bit as well. Diligence, humility, your attention to details. Beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Habuka 12, is this Unity? Yes, it is. Okay, we're going to continue with this. Fix the last thing. But before we do that, I just need to run AFK real quick. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So the problem we're having with distortion works here. And I think, yeah, that is as it should be. but it doesn't work, like it distorts whatever we have in front here. But only the color, right? Yeah, not maybe the outlines as well. No, not the outlines. But we get a little bit of a problem here when we recreate it. And I think that's because if we take a look at outlines depth, we read it in here. Pixel depth, we read it here. And pixel outline depth, we read it here. I was wondering if it has to do with the fact that here we distort the UV. It shouldn't be. Like, I'm wondering, are we distorting? Are we not taking the distortion into account? Me, thanks. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, we need to add an additional check here, I think. Do we? Mr. Croy, is this a new shader or is this the water one still? This is a new shader, but it's gonna work with the same functionality as water, but a little bit different. So previously I explained it as you pretty much have two different transparent objects in the scene, or we're only gonna have two different transparent objects in the scene. And one is going to be a transparent object you have between the camera and a object or multiple objects, so you have it like a plane between those 2 points. And the second one, which is more like the water, is where you have the object you want to render within the transparent object. And this is the former one, while water is the latter one. And we just want to make this one work as well. Like, this type it should be simpler than water, definitely. But yeah, it's Monday, you know. I'm blaming my inability of properly implementing this one in a quick way on Monday morning. I think we're doing the correct here. It's just we're accumulating the wrong colors, right? We definitely don't have outlines yet. This is a weird one, I would say. Yo, what's up, Wormius? Fuck. Yeah, I think we want to do outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, and and scene depth, is that what I call it? Scene depth is no. Depth is bigger than pixel depth. Yes, okay, now we're back. But then we get this issue which I went through previously, but I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. Okay, finally I think we're done. Yeah, we have this issue, but whatever. And then we can also, let's see if the blur works as well. Okay, great. I think we have it in place. Beautiful. But I think we're not done. I want to try one more thing. Diligence, humility, you should put this shader on the Unity store when you're done. Thank you, appreciate it. I don't think if I can charge that much for it though, but it's gonna be a set of shaders basically. It's so you have the outline shader, but then you have transparent shaders that works with the outline shader. But yeah, we'll see what we will do in the future. But okay, this is gonna be great. Like, we're gonna do a lot of distortions, not exactly like this one, but with the water. So when you have ripples on the water surface, you want to distort whatever is behind it. But you definitely don't want to distort what is in front of it. And yeah, I just have to mention again the artifact you see here. And this one is going to be one hard problem to solve. I don't even know if it is solvable without adding way too many extra calculations, or if it's even solvable without working with probes. I think a probe solution is the only one we're gonna have to do here to solve this. So basically we're doing screen space, distortion and blurring right now, and when we distort to a pixel that is behind the character, we don't have the data for that because we're only working in screen space. So that's why we get this shadow artifact here. And I think the only way around it is like having a probe on the object that takes snapshots in every direction around it, and then we can reconstruct it after that. But that is gonna be, yeah, I'm not entirely ready for that adventure just yet. So we're just gonna have to live with that artifact. And Mikael, how does it distort if the shape is square? Does it act like an in real life reflection? So no distortion. Yes, so the distortion we're working with right now is normal based. So this sphere, we're distorting based on the normals of this sphere. If we would have had a cube, I think we can just check it real quick, but the cube, it has like uniform normals on every side, so I don't really think we will be getting any distortion. Maybe on the edges though. Let's just try it. So we can take this cube and we add a transparent prototype. Is it this one? Prototype orange transparent blur. Yeah, we can take, let's take blue like this. And do we have any distortion? Yeah, you get it like this. Wow, 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 wow. That's actually way cooler than I... Dude. Yeah, this looks very good. And then you have this as well. So we don't render transparent objects behind other transparent objects right now. It's a layer on top of a layer. I don't know if we can solve it. Maybe we can. Yeah, maybe we can. We can look into that soon. Diligence humility. I didn't notice the artifact until you mentioned it, but it hurts your eyes more than mine. Yeah, like it's a pretty common. So that artifact I showed previously, it's a pretty common problem when you do screen space effects, I would say, because you lose a lot of. It's not a one-to-one scene thing you have to work with. Like, you don't have all the data you need. But yeah. Nothing less than perfection is good enough. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to put your foot down, you know. But like this distortion of this cube, I love it. It looks fucking great. I wonder what kind of objects we have. What objects do I have in my models? Prototype models. What do we have? Those aren't that fun, but cone, cube. Do we have like diamond or something like that? Mannequin. I want to try this one as well. Prism. Oh, beautiful. Let's do a prism as well. And let's do the mannequin as well. Where do we have them? Mannequin. And then we have the prism. I want to make this a little bit smaller. And then we can do green. And for the mannequin we can do indigo. I don't know. So right now this one only has a blur. Can distort it. I thought, distort. Maybe a bit too much distortion. We definitely want to remove this one as well. 4. And then we have this prism right here. Can we get some cool effects here? Oh. Pretty cool, I would say. I don't know if it's entirely correct, but yeah. Diligence, humility, screen space reflections in Unreal look so bad. You can easily see it follows the camera. Yeah, I think that's pretty much, that's the case for any screen space reflections, I would say. So this isn't even reflections. This is just, I don't know what you call this one. Distortion maybe. But when we work with screen space reflections later, it's probably not going to be today, but maybe this week, you're going to see that we have the exact same artifact as the one in Unreal Engine. And like if you play AAA games that don't use ray marching or ray tracing, you're going to see the same. Like if you play AAA games that rely on screen space reflections, you're going to see the same artifacts as well. Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. This is good enough so far. I love this. Like a lot of this. We're going to do a lot of things with this. Fuck, the performance is great as well. We're gonna see big performance drop if we do yeah, all the faces of the prism is the same color at the moment. We're gonna see a lot of, or we're gonna tank a lot of performance if we go with a default blur level of, no, not default blur level, but if we do a blur level of 10 maybe. So now we lose a lot of performance, but the idea is to solve that by doing to use this one instead and just blur it a little bit, like 1, so you get this effect, and then you maybe want to distort it a little bit less. So now we have a lot of blur but great performance, and that's because we rely on the MIP map levels. I wonder if we can do 2, 3, but then it becomes a little bit more blocky. I wonder though. 2, there we go. Great performance. So this is as much blur as if we didn't rely on MIP map levels. We would probably have to go to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we would probably go up to 10 to get the same amount of blur. And then we lose almost 100 FPS, I would say. 2, 3. That's for the Switch version indeed. What's up, Mr. 1CE? Cool refraction. Refraction! Fuck yeah, that's the word we're looking for. This is not reflection, it's refraction. Wormis, I added leaderboard to my game and I see one user appearing as a number. That's weird. Okay, so that's only for one user. Looks better with less blur. Yeah, but like the most important thing here is that we have a lot of different, like that our settings allows us for playing around with different visuals here, because we're gonna use this material for a lot of different objects. Okay, but this is great, although I wonder... Oops. Sphere. Yes, okay, so default blur level, it affects distortion as well. I don't want it to affect distortion as well, so we're gonna fix that. Default blur level. Yeah. Let's see what we can do about that real quick. We're gonna clean this one up like that, and this accumulated color, accumulated outline. I think we can just replace so we can see here that default blur level, what this one does, I don't think it's the best name, but we use default blur level to, so we do sample texture to the LOD, so default blur level decides which MIP level we want to sample. And just to reiterate, MIP level is like, if we have a MIP level of 0, we just read from the texture with a 1:1 resolution. A MIP level of 1, then it's half the size of the texture. So the higher the MIP level, how should I put this? Yeah, so we create multiple different versions of the texture, and one is size 1, one is size 0.5, one is size 0.25, and so on and so on. And default blur level decides which one of these we want to read from, and that's why we can see pixels going up. So now we read from a texture that is half the size, a quarter the size, and so on. But if we don't have any distortion, we can check here the difference, right? So if we go up to 4, we're really low resolution texture. Actually, let's see, calculator, is it 256 times 0.5, or we can do 0.5 to the power of 4 times 256. Yeah, so we're working with the texture that is 160 times 90. And yeah, like blurring using MIP textures is so much cheaper than actually doing it with a very big kernel. But what we can see here, when we add some distortion here, we can see that the MIP level also affects the distortion. Wait, I don't want that. So that's what we're gonna fix now. Worm is only 1. Maybe their name is just a number. Yeah, hopefully. Otherwise, you have a very weird bug on your hands, I would say. And Worm is, I was scared for a moment it was a Steam ID, but I don't see how that could happen, and the others show names. Yeah, that seems weird. How do you find, so I take it you're working with Steam API. How do you, like, is it enjoyable? Is the Steam API good? I haven't worked with it yet, but I'm about to with this game, eventually. Vetenskaplig. And okay, so if we take a look at the distortion, we do the distortion inside of here, and we distort based on something called, here we distort based on texel size, and we change the texel size based on blur level. So this sucks. So I think we're gonna have to do texel size because we want to use the distorted texel size here, but not, or we want to alter the default blur level on the texel size, or we want the default blur level to affect the texel size down here, but not up here. So I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this one and just do texel size is equal to this, and then we use texel size in here when we distort, and then before we do this we alter texel size by doing texel size times equal this one. So now if we have distortion and we change this one, the distortion gets affected by default blur level. So that's beautiful. We can go to 3 and then do 3. Look at this blur. This is, I would guess that this one would, let's see, 9, 9. Let's do 3, let's go 20, 20. Yeah, that's almost what it corresponds to. So we could do a kernel size of 20, so that's, fuck, I think it's 41 times 41, then we get this much blur, but the performance is fucked. But instead, if we do 3 and 3, it's a little bit more pixelated, but the performance is, yeah, almost unaffected. So we could probably go to, we could settle at 2 and 5. Yeah, it's just so much better. Wormis, it's pretty straightforward for the most part. I'm working with Godot though. Oh yeah, you're one of the the ones switching to Godot during the, was it because of the Unity drama? Scandinavian Triforce indeed. So Norway, Denmark and Sweden, right? Or Diligence, Humility. I worry about separating the Steam SDK from the others like GOG and Epic. Yeah. I'm probably gonna go all in or solely work with the Steam SDK first, and depending on spread I get, like I might hold off on implementing Epic and even GOG and see how, if it's even worth doing in the end. Diligence, Humility, it was me who mentioned I switched to Godot because of the time fee. Yeah, Wormius as well. I know that a lot of viewers that drop by my stream often switched during the Unity drama, and I think it, yeah, they definitely noticed. Diligence, Humility, I think all 3 has achievements, yes, but like, if you implement it in a good way in your game code, the achievement, so you just have like a separated achievement handler module, then it shouldn't be that hard to just integrate it with the different APIs down the road. Miguel, what was the drama around Unity? They released something called like a runtime fee, which was like one of the stupidest ideas I've seen for a long while in the game dev sphere. Pretty much they wanted to bind how much money they can get from you as a developer based on how many installs your game had, which means that it was a type of double dipping, right? So as I understood it, yeah, there's a lot of resources online that goes through it in more detail and that has more knowledge than me. But they reverted that change finally. Wow, this is great, this one. You could also, like, look at this effect. This definitely want a material that pixelates like this. This is beautiful, I would say. I don't know what that would be exactly though, but okay, but let's start and clean this up a bit. I just want to see. Wormus, I just checked, and this number is not the ID of this user. Phew. Nice. So probably a user with just a number as a name. Okay, so this is how we have it right now. We have a transparent blur box shader which handles objects, that handles one specific type of transparent objects. And then we have a terrain procedural water 2 which handles another type, or this is more specifically water, where we can have distortion within, or we want to distort an object that is within something. So water plane 2, let's see. Have I screwed this one up now? No, I have not. 10. Or have I? Oh yeah, we don't have default blur size working for this one just yet. We're gonna get to that. So this one has, we color something based on how close it is to the camera. So we have, this one is close to the camera and this one is far from the camera. We can make it like this. And yeah, this one has been a huge problem to implement, but I think we are done. Are we doing any blurring? No, we're not. We are not. Yeah, we still have some things to fix with this one, unfortunately. Because this doesn't really look too good, I would say. The outline here is not entirely correct. But, let's take a look. Diligence Humility, you're gonna add outline where the water meets a mesh. It wasn't my plan to do it, but I definitely want to do it just to try and see how it looks. Let's see here. Procedural water 2, what do we have? Scene texture and outlines. Why? Okay, first of all, let's do some renaming in this one, because I definitely like the naming more in this one. Background depth center. Background depth averaged. Okay, so we have pixel depth here. Actually, let's split it up like this and this. Rendered color, we're going to rename this one here to scene color. Scene color, scene texture. We have scene color, we have pixel outline data. So what do we have here? UV center, texel size, UV center original. That we need to fix later on as well. But okay, we do these two, then we have rendered colors. We're gonna change this one to scene color. Scene color, outlines data. We're gonna change this one to pixel outline data. Then we have pixel depth. Then we're gonna have background depth center. We have that as scene depth. So scene depth. Water depth center. We're gonna call this one scene water depth. And this one we're gonna name T scene water depth. Okay, and then we have this one, which I want to call pixel outline depth. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, we want to rename this one pixel scene depth. I just want to make this as easy for me to understand as possible when I look at this in a couple of weeks, and without adding too many comments, distorting everything. So, pixel depth, that's the depth we have at the pixel, so it's the object we're currently rendering. Then we have the scene depth at the pixel we're currently rendering. Then we have the outline depth at the pixel we're currently rendering. I think this is a good naming convention. Pixel depth, scene water depth. And then we have T scene water depth. Do I want pixel outline depth here? Yes, we do, and that's this one. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna move this one to here, and we're gonna rename this one. Yeah, we're gonna rename this one pixel scene depth. And we're going to rename this one pixel outline depth. So then we have scene pixel scene water depth and T pixel scene water depth. Actually, yeah, scene water depth, T scene water depth, and this one is going to be called, oops, that's not what we want to do. Outline water depth, and T outline water depth. Okay, great. View direction, final color here. Yeah, here we calculate a base color center. We want to rename this one color. Actually, there we go. So this is the watercolor we want at the pixel. So it's going to be based on this one or this one. This one and this one. So color scene color, scene watercolor. No. I think we're just gonna call this one base color and base color out or base color outline. Wormus, I just saw a weird behavior. Is it something with sorting by alphabetical order? Or what are we working with here? Okay, but base color and base color outline, because we're gonna have a case where we have an outline and we want to figure out the color behind the outline, and then we want to figure out the color on top of the outline. Mix fog, we definitely want to do this eventually. Blur kernel size, accumulated color, accumulated outline, and here we're gonna do the same thing we did previously. So we're gonna rename this one color, we're gonna rename this one outline, and then we remove these two. And let's see, here we can do some renaming as well. So here we have UV, and then we have depth. What did I call this one here? We just called this one depth here. And then we called this one outline data, because we didn't do that up here, did we? Pixel outline data, yeah. So this one we're gonna rename outline data. And this one we're gonna call, we have outline data and we have outline depth. Okay, and then we have if outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, same. If pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, I want to see what happens if we do the same here. So pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, and depth is bigger than pixel depth. So a lot of checks. And then we just do this and this. Okay, looks pretty similar. We still have this artifact here. Okay, so we're gonna have to change these. If outline is bigger than 0, I don't think we want to do that. Okay. I've fought with these multiple times. And we have 3 different cases pretty much. We have 1, 2, and 3. We have outline above water surface. We have outline below water surface but above object. And then we have outline below water we can do this. Outline below water surface. And then we have outline below water surface and above water bottom, maybe. Outline above water surface. This one is probably the easiest. Then we have, so I'm going to show what I mean here. So the first case, this outline, for instance, it's on the water surface, but it's above it. And then we have this outline right here. It's below water surface, but on top of a object. And then we have this outline on the edge here, which is below the water surface, but above the water bottom. And yep, that's the 3 different cases we have. So for the first one, we want to calculate the water color on top of this and put it behind, reconstruct the outline. So basically we can start easy. We can do, we got this to work last Friday, sorta, but it wasn't the cleanest way. Worm is, it should not, the sorting is done by Steam, doesn't make sense, it sorts based on name or ID. But don't you always have that, like, yeah, my experience with Steam SDK/API or whatever is 0. But like when you're sorting 2 values, like, are you what is the word I'm looking for? Are you assuming that Steam will automatically sort based on time if 2 values are the same when it comes to high score? I would assume that the default would be alphabetical order, but I have no idea. So the easiest one is, we have to fix this one first. Yes, that's what we do here. So if how do I want to do this? Okay, I think this one is pretty straightforward. what we want to do is we want to blend, let's see here. So this is pretty much just the scene color we have. But fuck, we blur here as well. Do we want to blur? Yeah, I'm wondering if we want to involve the blurring here already. Or, I mean, the watercolor, if we want to involve it here. Probably not. Fuck it, if we check the blur here, why are we involving this one right here? The ranking. Oh, okay, I get it, Wormus. Yeah, as I said, my experience is close to 0. If outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, if pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, if depth is bigger than pixel depth, yeah, we all also want to check. Do we also want to check if depth is bigger than scene depth? Pixel scene depth. Do we actually want to do 4 checks here? That feels a little bit over the top, but yeah, maybe. And then we start blurring here. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Some artifacts here, but I think they won't be as visible. What the fuck is happening here? Yeah, probably want to do alpha as well. So let's compare this one as opposed to... Now this one is better, but we get this. Yeah, we need to do it. Oof. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a depth of field. We need to check if abs between this one and this one minus is less than something, I think. Yes, but that's not entirely true, though. Because we want this one to take this into account, I think, but we don't want this one to take this into account. And this we're going to fix with outlines later on, so that's going to be beautiful. Like, we want to blur this one as well, but so is it, what if we don't do abs here? Then we get this one. That's rough. We want this one to take this into account, but we don't want this one to take this into account. So here it's beautiful. If, yeah, we need to do a double check here. If if depth is bigger than this one minus some oops. Oh, fuck. I think we're gonna fix this. I hope we're gonna fix this with the outlines, but I'm not sure. Nah, this is not the correct way to do it, I think. But we're getting closer and closer, I would say. What the hell? Outline depth. Okay, that's not a culprit. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, do we want to take blur size into account? No, I don't think so. Or I'm wondering exactly what is going on at these pixels. Why are we getting... We're just getting the original color for some of those pixels, right? Yep. Why? Okay, when we blur this pixel... Oh, yeah. When we blur this pixel, we pretty much don't find any like these white values are closer to the camera, so we don't involve those. These values are closer to the camera, so we don't involve those, which means that we get this. Yes. And we have the same thing. Here I don't understand it as well. Maybe I do, maybe I do. Okay, so this is more. This is definitely a depth of field effect. Like we want to base the only like the problem we have here is that we want to base the blur on the distance from the camera, and that's why we're getting these artifacts. How the hell would one go to do that? Depth of field post processing effect. If we say Unity, we're gonna get their implementation of it, I guess. Depth of field. Oh fuck, beautiful. Focus distance. It's not exactly what we want, but you want to blur this one, then you want to blur that one. Fuck. Whoa, are you kidding me? Do we have this one implemented here? They just... Let's see. Oh my god, this is beautiful. What a write-up. Mad respect. Yeah, we're gonna have to read that one up because we're gonna have to do our custom depth of field in the future to involve the outlines. It's just that when we do this water shader, like I would like the blur effect to depend on the distance, and definitely want to handle artifacts like this. And then we also want to have the outlines in it as well. But I'm wondering, it shouldn't be that hard. Like, it all comes down to one sec. And the implementation we had is, let's take a look. Yeah, it's rough as hell, I would say. It works in simple cases like this. Definitely. But yeah, we're getting a lot of artifacts here on this side of stuff. Is that only because of the last if I added here? If we don't have that one, we get this one. Yeah, that sucks. Pixel scene depth, is that actually what we want to go with? Or outline depth? Depth, yeah, let's go with outline depth, pixel scene depth, pixel outline depth. Do we already have this one? This is rough. Hey, do we need to calculate accumulated color behind and accumulated color in front? I think we do. So if we take this pixel, for instance, we blur we're gonna get the same artifact, I would say. Because we could have a pixel. Yeah, like if we blur everything the same, it becomes real easy to do. But it's when we introduce, like this is nice, but it's when we introduce depth of field, it becomes a little bit harder. But then again, I wonder, is that because... Yeah, we still have this blend that isn't entirely okay. Yeah, the problem here is most likely the fact that we do... Yeah, when we do this one, we base the alpha on this one and not this one. Yeah, we want this alpha, the alpha of the outline to control it a tiny bit as well. But how would that look? Blend. Probably blend destination alpha 1 minus destination alpha. Or... But that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is definitely the depth of field here. But then again... Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'm wondering... if this is what we're gonna do next. Or actually, first we're going to, let's see here. Yeah. First we're gonna clean this one up, and this is gonna be our default solution moving forward. And when that is done and committed, this issue is resolved, then we're going to move on to this one, because this is another thing we're going to need for the water effect in certain cases. So it feels like it's not we're not doing laser focused development here. Like we're pivoting a lot, but it's like this. So as soon as we started working with the visuals of the water, you come across a problem that is probably quite easy to solve unless you have these outlines effects and you want those to also affect the end result. And the first one of those were the blur effect. So we had to we have to alter the a very standard blur implementation to also work with our outlines, which we have now fixed. But now when it comes to the water, we also don't want to have a uniform blur level over the full water, but rather a blur level dependent on the depth of the water. So that's the next problem, which ties up with depth of field, and depth of field is something I want in my game as well. We're probably going to be very conservative when we use it. It's probably only going to be when we check the inventory, we want to blur the background and focus on the bag and whatever. But like depth of field is something I want in my game, this type of effect, and I want it to incorporate the outlines. And as it turns out, this is also effect I want for my water, so maybe a pivot here makes sense. But I'm gonna have to do some reading up on this one. So at the end, so this is probably what we're gonna do tomorrow. We're gonna clean up the outlines and commit it, and then we're gonna move on to implementing a depth of field effect. And when that is done, we're gonna utilize that depth of field effect, or the knowledge we have gained, to implement blurring on different water depths. And then we can move on again. And it's probably going to be similar in the future as well. We're going to want to work with reflections. So we're going to implement screen space reflections. We're going to have to take the outlines into account. So it's going to be a little bit different than one would usually do it. And then we're probably gonna notice a few cases where that isn't enough, so we're gonna dive into probes, reflection probes, or whatever it's called, and we're gonna have to implement those in a little bit of a specific way because of the outlines, and on it goes. But yeah. Do we have this one? There we have it. But still, I think it's a very good result. So today we got this one to work 100% with the default blur level as well, which I didn't anticipate at first. And we have it working with the new outline solution, which means that we can really get the correct performance out of it as well. That's very nice. Unfortunately, I gotta run now, but now you know what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, so you can decide if you wanna drop by then as well. But yeah, like as always, thank you so much for watching, everybody, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.